Welcome back, fellow scrubs. Mark B. Wiz. This is Pocket Fighter EX. This is a community-based game not associated with Capcom or SNK or anything like that. Just a free fan game by the fans for the fans. So, how's everybody doing? As you can see, what I was gonna say is that the game is actually running, but what I need to say is that the track title is displaying properly. There they go. Okay, I forgot the track name scrolling thing. It's an additional program that I use. Anyway, as you can see, the game is actually functioning, sort of. There's some obvious issues, like every single hit in the game doing 100% damage, things like that. Those will get worked out. The big takeaway here is if you haven't been keeping up, I was developing the GGPO compatible code in a different project file, so that'd be easier to develop. Then it wouldn't have other things influencing it. It'd be a nice, clean place to do all that. But the time has come to now take that and merge it into the main project, and that's the process that I've started over this past week, and so far so good. Not too many issues other than like the fatal damage. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but I'm changing the whole foundation of how the math works in the game, so those kind of issues are to be expected, and as we move along we'll catch that kind of stuff. Everything should work out all right. But as you can see, everything's kind of working pretty decently. And a lot of glitches have been fixed just simply by using the now deterministic math. You notice I can max cancel all day long. There's no more the max cancel glitch where it just randomly stopped working. And I was right that the issue was a floating point math issue with that. So yeah, I feel a little vindicated on that, but we're getting there. It feels good to be able to just do it without having to worry about the glitch coming up. Anyway, so all that's going pretty good. I've been making some modifications to the code that, things that I've learned over the course of developing the GGPO stuff, that hey, that doesn't work out, or that's not very efficient, and things like that. Things are going pretty much, I wouldn't say on schedule, because I don't necessarily have a schedule. It's actually probably going a little bit better than I thought it would, at least in the initial stages. So there's still a lot of translation being done between the old math and the new math, so it's not fully deterministic yet. Maybe 30% done in that regard, which, there's a long ways to go yet, but, every single system in the game has to be touched up. This is not something that can just happen to a few components and go. It's literally pretty much every line of code in the game has to be reconsidered. Not just for efficiency's sake, but also to migrate, the components that need to be onto the new system. So it's not, what do I want to say? It's not trivial. This is a process that's going to take a couple weeks, at minimum, and then we'll finally see if, at that point, if we can actually hook it up to GGPO, it would be really nice. And we'll see how it works. So, yeah, that's pretty much getting you up to speed on what's been happening this week. That's pretty much been it. This is going to be what I'm going to be doing, grinding out. It's crunch time, baby. It's like real-ass crunch time right now to get this working. So, it should be interesting. Should get a lot done this next couple weeks. So, I'm happy for that. And, I think I fixed all the graphical glitches with the characters so far. I'm sure there's going to be more that are going to pop in. So one thing I wanted to address today was the if you remember before, Terry's kind of broken. Some of his moves will leave him suspended in air, even if it doesn't look like it does, but he gets stuck in an air state. There is the reason that happens is because Terry's jump attacks don't bring him back to the ground properly, and I'll show you an example of that. Oh, I put the birds when I was fixing the stages after the code merge, or at least the part for the stages. I put the birds back into the scene here that were previously missing, apparently. So I think it helps fill out the background a little bit. I kind of like having the birds there. I must have taken them out for some reason, but we're back. Birds are back. Very important change, of course, right? Frame rate's a little more solid now. I made a bunch of efficiency changes, like really big ones. Well, not big, but let's put it this way: it does less stuttering now. And there's still a lot more to go, and I'm thankful for that in some ways, because I think the game code is pretty slow at this point to update. Like, it's not... If you weren't doing a rollback game, it would be fine. It'd be more than fine. It'd be really slim, but considering that we're doing a rollback game, all the update code has to be executed within, like, 1.5 milliseconds, something like that. Which is not exactly the easiest thing to do when Unity is getting involved. So, we got that. Oh, the camera is a little different now, too. The camera tracks the characters a little smoother than it did before. I ended up fixing those glitches when I ported over the camera code from the deterministic / GPO build. Or not build, system, I guess. So, anyway, yeah, so attacks like this leave Terry in the air, and the reason that is because the animation moves him up and down, but floating point math is not precise, and so he's probably like a nanometer above the ground. I don't know if we can actually get a... If there's a... Yeah, there's a line here. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Terry's on the ground, but apparently he's not on the ground, so... and he ends up thinking he's in the air. So, unfortunately, that's something that can't be solved necessarily, even with fixed point math. So, fixed point math is a little more accurate, but it's not 100% accurate. And no math with a finite amount of decimal points is going to be accurate in some situations. So, even if I did get the math to work out, there would still be a problem. So what I'm going to do instead, and what I've started to do, is that I've implemented a way to transition the character to a falling state once they reach a certain point in their animation. And so the animation itself will move them upwards. Just like a burn knuckle moves forward because the animation tells it to move forward. Or this kick moves forward and up because the animation tells it to. Or crack shoot is another one. And crack shoot sort of works. It'll work that way, but once you hit somebody, you get stuck in there. And there's a reason for all of that, to get stuck like that. That's not really the problem, the fact that it doesn't reach back to the ground anymore. The problem is that I need to give him that jump code to make him fall back down to the ground. And guess what we're gonna work on today? We're gonna fix Terry. We're gonna make sure that Terry comes back to the ground, or at least I'll get as far as I can on stream. Now it's a two-part process. Number one, I need the jump code to add a feature. And that feature is when I apply something to jump. Let's see, what's a good, let me switch to camera for this one. Up until this point, I've been kind of like really hacky about how this works in the game. But what I really need to do is, see how they get spiked to the ground? Really, what that is, you think like, oh, I probably inputted like a jump arc, but I told it to like skip to the end to only do the falling part, right? No, that's probably what I should have done, but instead of doing that, what it is, it's like a 1 pixel jump arc that plays out that you just don't notice it goes up. But it has like a really high speed. You don't notice that it goes up because it's so small. It's like literally 1 frame or less, and he's already falling. I don't know if you can actually visually see it even if you frame step. So we have to look at, yeah, see he's shaking left and right? Yeah, and then he just like stuttered and then he fell. Yeah, it was that like sub-pixel jump arc. But it was so fast. The falling speed is so fast that it looks like he's falling, but he's actually micro jumping and then falling. But here's the problem though. So that works okay for like a spike move. You can kind of phone that in, but it doesn't work so good for like, actually jumping and doing a move. So we need to fix that. This looks great. Well, thank you. Or it's looking great, rather. It's gonna be a lot better when that rollback netcode is in. So what I need it to do is what I initially described. The expected way to do it should be, I have a data file that has all the parameters for a jump to occur. And that's what drives all the jumps in the game, actually. Like I said, sure, you can actually push this up because of animation tells you to push up, but that's not a jump arc. So I need to have a jump arc code, which I do for the normal jumps and the super jumps. But oh yeah, that's the other thing. The after images are currently disabled. They don't work yet. So if you see like a super and he doesn't have like an after image behind him, yeah, I know about it. I've marked it in my list of glitches. Oh yeah, I actually made a Google Doc for the issues finally. Here, let me pull it up. Because I've been talking about it for so long. Here. I actually have a bug tracker now. It's still not like great because it's just a spreadsheet, but at least I can sort it and I can fix the glitches. So there's a lot of them. Some got completed, so that's cool. But there's a lot of them left. Gotta get through those too. It's gonna be a long couple weeks, man. It's gonna be super mega crunch, and like today, man, I ran out of coffee. I don't even have coffee right now, so that's probably why I sound like I'm half asleep. That would be accurate because that's how I feel. But yeah, so we're gonna add a value to the jump properties that tells it to skip ahead in the jump, so that we can set it to a falling state automatically. And that's what I'd like to do today. And if we can get that working, then we can fix Terry. And there's a couple other, like, actually Ryu's Shinsho Ryuken, if it misses, I've noticed, has the issue. So I want to fix that too. It's so nice to be able to know that max cancel will happen every time now. There we go, I like that. Oh. The editor bottlenecked, apparently. The game always runs slow in the editor because you got all your debugging stuff. I wonder what's causing the spike. Could be garbage collection. I think garbage collection happens on hits right now, and garbage collection is so much worse than the editor. That causes big bog downs. Or it could just be error logging. It could be anything, man. But let's see. I need to go to. Well, actually, let's start. We need to go to the piece of code that's responsible for the player jump, and from there we should be able to trace back to where we need to go. The jump's predicated on like a jump parameter system. So we go to start jump. Okay, right here. Processing jump. Is this it? Is this where we start jump? Okay, here's start jump. Now there's a variant of start jump that accepts this. Oh, and that's the falling preset. See, we won't need that anymore, actually. I had tried to... Okay, I'll admit, this was a phoned-in system, this falling preset thing. I thought it was going to be big galaxy brain and save me a lot of time, but it doesn't. And it won't. So we're abandoning what's already there. But hold on, we gotta find. That should be able to trace back to where we need to go. There we are, jump configuration. That's what I'm looking for. How about that? Okay, and this is just a class. I have to go, but you're making great progress on the game. Big fan of the Neo Geo minigames. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, you have a good one. Here it is. This is what we're going to have to choose. Hello from YouTube. Let's see. Chamor? Is that right? Chamor? Oh, hello to YouTube. We're going to have to add the property here. So, startup in frames, airborne frames. This is what it's going to relate to. We're going to give it a decimal. We're going to give it a, so we'll type in a percent. A range between 0 and 1 to say at what percentage of the jump should you start with. And I think that's going to be the best way to do that. So, let's see. I guess after here, we'll do it. And I'm going to use fix 64. So what is a fix 64? Well, it's using my system fixed map. So fix 64 is what this part of this fixed math stuff. This fixed point math, the more accurate math. That's the new data type. Instead of using float here, and eventually these will have to get transferred into fix 64s. But if I do that right now, it'll like delete all the data, so I have to be very careful about how I end up doing that. So the fix 64 is the replacement for the float, and it's the accurate floating point. And so we're gonna say start jump at I don't know. What would we call this? Percentage completed? Let's make sure I'm spelling that right. Because God knows I'm not going to. I just type it into Google half the time, and I say define and then the word, and if the definition of the word is what I'm expecting, then I know I spelled it right. Yeah, okay. Wait, it might have auto-corrected it. Hold on. Let me try that again. You gotta check out, because sometimes it'll auto-correct it on you. Okay, good. Alright, we're good. I spelled it correctly. And it would do fix 64.0. See, you cannot just type in a number with these things. So, I'd question about how long did it take to create a character sheet and animate the sheet. Most of the animations in the game for characters are based on the official SNK made Neo Geo Pocket Color game. So, a lot of the animations are already done for us. So like the sheet here, I would say at least 90% of the sprites on this sheet are made by SNK. Now I do color them. I do enhance the color on them because normally they're only like 3 colors. They're very primitive. So I do enhance them, and I do some edits here and there to enhance some of it, but most of it's been done for me by SNK. Now we have done some of our own custom animations like these. Those games never had grab whip animations, so we had to make them. So anything that is missing that we need, we have to make. So like this. Well, this one was kind of like an edit job. Akuma had a kid that was like this. So I took Akuma's sprite, or maybe it was Dan. One of them had this kick, and I had to recreate the crouching medium kick out of it. But I had to make sure it looked like Ryu was doing it. I added this frame to show you can do things. Anim Pocket, he does most of the big stuff. So Kaku Fubatsu, that was Anim Pocket animated this. Because of course, by the time those Neo Geo Pocket games were out, they stopped making them way before Street Fighter V, we'll put it that way. So Kaku Fubatsu never existed back then, so we had to make that animation. The rolling, I think Ken had a roll in these games, and I had to make it so that Ryu was doing the roll. Oh, a couple of these damage animations, like ground bouncing, falling flat on your face, spinning and stuff. We had to make those. They didn't count. This I think I converted. I had to edit it, but I converted it from either Akuma's pose or Evil Ryu's pose. Stuff like that. It does, even though it's mostly edit work, it does take a long time though to get everything together. Now, most of the time is programming it and like sequencing the animations in the game. That's most of the work. So, oh yeah, we're still putting this here. So here, you can't just type in a 0 here. It will not like that. So what I have to do is I have to use either. I created a bunch of static values. Like Fix64 came with like .0 and .1, but I have a whole bunch of static values. But you have to like cast them from an integer or from a float or whatever, and that takes time. So I make sure to kind of like cache up a whole bunch of these that I use very often, like .2, .3, .4. I think I did all the way up to 10, and then I did 100 and 1,000 and like 360 because of, you know, when you're working in rotations, 360 degrees, you know, your complete rotation, you know, things like that. and then common decimals that I use. And then you use those in place of like typing a number. You just fix 64 dot whatever. Or if I need one of my custom ones, then it's fix 64 extension, and then there's all of these. It's C. C stands for constant, and then the number C1, C10, C1. So I know that this is 30. What I do? I did 30 and 60 because those are the common frames per second. And I put a whole bunch. This is an entire fixed math library of extended functionality that I wrote to go on top of what fix 64 already can do. So it's been a wild ride, man. And the ride's just getting to the speeding part. So it's pretty exciting at the moment. So this is gonna have to be 0, and what I'm gonna do, I suppose, yeah, this is just a normal class, so there's no onValidate. We have to be very careful with this value to not like go below 0. You could technically go above 1 and be okay, because you would just be running the jump arc, but past its normal. So you would, here, just to illustrate what I'm trying to do here. Oh, that's very small. How do I make that big? Yeah. So here's my jump. Well, hold on. Let's do black first. Here's my jump arc, and it goes up and it goes down. And this value that we just added is gonna, if it's at 0, we start at 0%. But if I say I want to start it at 50%, it's gonna take us to the top of the jump arc. And this is what we're probably going to be using for the most part, because we want to get the just starting of the fall in the jump arc. That's what we want to skip ahead to when we do this stuff. And then you could say 100%, sure, and that'll get you there. But if you did type 200%, then you would start with a velocity that would represent being down here. Now this will not move you from here to here. This value is not designed to move you from here to here. It's just designed to start your momentum at what it would be at the point designated. Now, if you did below, if you did like a negative 10%, you would start like here, but I don't know if that would just cause an error or what. We don't want to screw with it. I'm going to do it quick and dirty today so that there's no input validation, and if we happen to screw it up, then that's on us. But this is basically the idea. We want to, if we want to cause the character to fall, we need to set it to 50%. So they start at the point where they're falling. That's what the idea is here. So, I am going to write a tooltip that is, let's see. We want to say valid input between 0.0 and 1.0. Example, start of the fall portion of the jump would be 0.5. I'm going to put little half quotes, single quotes on these, just to separate them from the periods on the end here, make them look a little better. And we can also do a code editor thing for it, so that when you highlight it, it tells you that. Oh, we should probably describe it too. So, Controls. How do we want to work this? Controls at what point the momentum of the jump starts at? I don't know. That sounds a little vague. Let's see. What do we want to do in English? What do we want to do? It starts the jump at that point in the jump. This sounds really dumb. Controls. And I don't know. I could say like progresses the jump on start to the point specified, but it's very, very vague. I could say fast forwards the jump to the specified completion percentage. Fast forwards the start of the jump to the specified completion percentage. How about that? I think that makes sense. That sounds valid input is between 0 and 1. Fall state with a value of 0.5. Okay. I think that works. Start to jump in the fall state value at the beginning of the fall state. The value 0.5. Yeah, okay. Let's say the progress. Fast forward the progress of the jump, specified percentage. How about that? Okay. How about that? I think that is pretty decent. My sleepy brain cannot think of a better way to do that. There we go. We'll synchronize both of those. There. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we're going to just run with that. Start jump at percentage completed. Sounds good to me. So, now we need to find all references for, here. Really, that's it? Okay. Wait, so it never pulls? Wait. Where am I? Yeah, configuration. Is this different? Not here. Yeah, so wait, hold on. Airborne, right. It never gets read by anything? Wait a minute. 6 references. Yeah, it's right here. Hold on. We gotta find out where the data's actually being used, but it's like telling me that it's not being used. It's really weird. Oh my god, I never implemented this apparently. Yeah, because it says right here, unused jump settings. Is this for the future? I did intend to switch over to, or did I intend to switch over to this data? And yet it's not there. Wait, so what have I been using then? Okay, we're gonna copy it and we're gonna go back fishing again. The only places that it's there is here and here. Okay, now I'm a little confused. Okay. Where does this come from? Comes from here. Where does this come from? Movement data jump. Alright, we're gonna have to go to the hitboxes, so gotta go to the take attack here and see, because when you get hit, it applies, it's supposed to be applying this kind of data, so where does it come from? That's the question. Why? So when you get hit and you get launched, what happens? Where does that come from? You can tell the program's getting too big to accurately track all the time. When I start to get lost in it. Doesn't help that I'm tired, but... Okay, hit push. Clean hit, here we go. Set hurt reaction. Settings. Launch configuration. Here we go. Alright, now we're cooking. We got it now. Yeah, these are being used. You can see all the references. Okay, well, let's see. Launch time in frames. Here we go. Launch distance. Yeah, it's all here. Okay. I'm gonna put it right under that one. And it probably doesn't know what the fix 64 is. Using Wiz System Fix Math. No, I didn't develop the Fix 64 itself. I put it under my namespace for convenience. But this is developed by the FixMath.net team or whoever happens to be people that do that. Okay, let me get some spaces here, make it a little easier to read. Oh, what's this? Nice typo. Knocked down on landing. Yeah, this needs to go down here. Alright. Let's go back up here and we'll take a look at what we've got going on. So this is the current data that's being done. So this jump configuration apparently is not being used for that. No idea what this is supposed to be. I don't know. And because it's not being used, I could actually transition all of these safely fixed data. They're not being used. Well, whatever. Let's not worry about that too much. I did say quick and dirty in the beginning, right? So anywhere that this is getting used, we need to consider. Oh, there's a copy function too. Here, we need to do that then. We need to add that to the copy function. Alright, let's look back again at all the references, not that one. This one. Find all references. Here we go. Should make it a little easier to find what we need. Hey, what's poppin'? Long time no see on stream. We are in the deep end right now. We are porting over the GGPO compatible Unity code into the game. It's crunch time, baby. Let's go. And I'm trying to fix the jump code so that Terry can land on the ground as a part of that. So here, this looks like it. Yeah, okay, this takes the launch configuration. Here we are. So when we start the jump, this is what we need to change. We need to add in a new parameter. We're going to add... Man, where are we going to put this? I don't want to put it at the end. It's going to have to be toward the beginning. Jump height, direction, distance. Okay, jump time. I guess I'll put it here. How about here? 664. Start jump at 10 completed. We'll do that. And I'm gonna put this in every version of this code. I think there's only one. Yeah. Yeah, alright. So it's after land delay. Oh yeah, this is the falling preset. Okay, I see. We are not going to use this one anymore. So I'm actually going to comment out everything in here. Not going to bother fixing that code because we're not going to be using it anymore. And instead I'm going to put a debug.log warning error. We'll do an error. It'll stick out better. And we'll say this. Oh, here's a new tip. Here's something I learned. You can, if you want the name of a function, like you can just type it in here, sure. And here, I'll do that first to show you what normally we would do. Let's say this function is depreciated. Do not use this. Anymore. Do not use this anymore. And then we'll say supplied fighter set fall preset whatever equal to preset dot name. So here's the thing, I type this in, but if I ever go and turn this into I like corn or whatever, it's not going to update this automatically, right? So what you can do, instead of typing it in here, you do this, do name of, and then give it the method name, and it will insert that as text. Isn't that crazy? And you can do it with this too. So you can just say name of, and if I ever rename this, ever, it will automatically update this. Look, if I do it, I'll do it, you know, corn version, whatever. So look, it renames this, but it also updated this too, right? Yeah, Like, I never knew that, and that is crazy. And then if this is, you know what, I don't need to put that up front, because if you send like a null, it'll get all upset. What you could do here, you could actually inline an if statement into this. So if that's valid, then use it. If not, then I'll just put null. You have to encapsulate it in parentheses here, but you can do the inline if statement here, and that way I don't have to check to see if it's null ahead of time. Yeah, exactly. You just put it in there, and that's it. You never have to worry about it. Because I've renamed entire systems, and I still have error messages that have the old names in them, and I just leave them because I just, like, what am I going to do? Go through, like, a billion lines of code to look specifically for that and hope that I even can recognize that it's the wrong name and whatever. So, like, this is super helpful. Super, super helpful. Alright. So this won't destroy the data that we have in these fall presets. I may need to reference that, but it will prevent them from actually working. And now we've got a bunch of errors because I added that parameter. So hold on, let's go back and yeah, we're gonna start adding in our parameters here. So whenever this goes through, send it back. And let's bring this to the next one. Let's see. When we're down here, there are no things here. Okay, before I go and implement this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what happens because of what we deleted it, because it's going to look funny. It's going to be really funny. But I do need to add in the parameters here. Just flesh all these out so they're just in one line here. So after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Hold on. Oh wait, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And in here, I'm gonna put fix64.0. I am gonna hard code this. And I'm also going to leave a note as to what it is. And yeah, I am hard coding this. I know that might be a no-no, but these are the jumps. The normal jumps to the player. They will never start at anything but 0. So I can be pretty confident in that. So let's bring this down the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tab differently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because these are all the same data type, you could absolutely make a mistake here. Yeah. Okay. I think. Oh no, we got a couple more errors here. I think it's gonna be after this one because I see here is the delay. What is this from? Start, launch, bounce. Okay. Yeah. We want to do it there. That's fine. You're gonna see this to do all over the place. Anytime that I had to cast something, I left a little note, and I'm gonna have to clean those up at the end. And then as I go through and review these, you can make a to-do list here. And oh boy, is it getting big. Yeah, see them all? I'm gonna go through every single line, every single one. And I'm going to make sure whether or not that cast is still needed. Right now, this is still afloat, so it's still needed, so we leave it. And until it becomes something else, we're going to have that there. So, that's how that works. Yeah, you're going to be seeing it a lot. Okay, I think all the errors... Nope, one more. One more error. And this is inside of Pylon configuration. Okay, so... it's going to be after this one. Start percentage. And this is for, yeah, launch configuration. Okay. Config dot. Yep. Track link is a little more readable. I think I'm gonna do that. Not necessary, just a readability, code readability thing. In fact, what I should do, I should put this on every single line that has that conversion. So I won't miss any of them. There. Okie doke. Alright, let's see, what else can we do here? I think that's it, and that's all our errors, at least that are getting reported right now. Alright, are you prepared to see how goofy it's gonna look? Nobody is gonna be falling anymore after an attack like a Shoryuken. Actually, yeah, any kind of launch thing? No, the launches should be okay. When it comes to C# and mostly all types of coding, you just need to know what to declare and when to trigger it. Yes! Yeah, I guess. Sounds about right. There we are. See, and now it tells you here. And yeah, see, here's our message here. It got the right names. It said inside Ken. Set the following preset. Yeah, the functions appreciate do not use, and then it tells me what preset was used. Hey. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Korean name. I can't read. I'm so sorry. What was I supposed to call you again? I don't remember how to read it, and I don't remember what you told me, and I apologize. Nerd Mecha. Yeah. Names are the worst for me. I'll remember eventually, but I apologize in advance. Because it's gonna be rough. Yeah, so here you see, now he doesn't fall anymore, but he will eventually pop out of it. Out of that animation. And away it goes. So it's kind of funny. And I think that's the glitch that we have with, if it's still a glitch. Oh my god, it's so hard to do. It's so hard to do. You have to do it right off the ground, frame one. There we go. Oh, maybe it fixed. I don't know. Maybe it got fixed. Ooh. Okay, maybe the fixed math fixed that one. That's funny. Okay. Only way I'm gonna know, I'm gonna have to do it frame by frame. So down, up, forward, down, down, back, back, kick. There we go. No! It pre-jump frame. Shit. Oh, no. It won't go! I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. There it is. Yeah, I think that glitch fixed. Because of the fixed math, because it's not happening anymore. He would get stuck in the air, much like this one would. And then he'd go back to like a standing state. I don't use Twitch for like friends lists or anything, so I don't bother accepting any friend requests because I don't use it at all. It would be useless. And in general, I keep my friends list really slim, so unless it's like a business contact or something, I don't generally use them. So I apologize. I know some people like add everybody under the sun onto their stuff, but that's not how I run things. It's funny. Yeah, because any attack that brings you up to come back down, you need that fall preset. But we disabled it. It's really funny though. It just. Oh no! Oh no! Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess he doesn't fall. He doesn't fall anymore, so that means he can't land. And it hit him once, so it's not going to continue to hit him. I told you it was going to be funny. Yeah, it's just like the Street Fighter 4 Super, right? Yeah. Told you it'd be broken. Oh yeah, Shipu. Yep, he's just gonna freeze at the end. It's just so funny. It used to do that when I first developed it too. Because it used to I don't know. I had to make the land code separate. Pocket Fighter EX Omega mode. It'd be really funny if it kept hitting them, but I don't know if I can get it to do that. Because that hit's only meant to hit once. Because normally it would cause a, Oh, I wonder, can I max cancel up in air? No, that doesn't do it. He used to do this at the beginning when I first programmed Ken because it wasn't reaching the ground in time. That's funny. Alright, well, let's see. Ryu's gonna get all messed up too. Yeah, he's just gonna get caught. If I hit Infinite EX, I could migrate up. Oh no! Oh no! It's an infinite loop! It's doing it on its own! Bye, Ryu. He's going. He's gonna hit the wall, and is he gonna stop at the wall? Yeah, he's gonna stop at the wall. Well, to the moon. That's it. we're going. He's got a ways to go, but he's going. A little bit at a time. So yeah, that's what happens when I turn the landing code off for these moves. And you can kind of see how they work. They stop at the apex, and then it's supposed to, the jump code is supposed to take over at that point, and it's supposed to get them to fall back down. Now, how they fall back down, how fast and all that, that's going to, it's definitely going to depend on how the move looks, because they don't necessarily fall back down at the same speed as they do their jumping, because it actually doesn't look right in some scenarios. Wait, how did I? Oh, yeah, it's the grounded Tatsu. That's what it is. Grounded Tatsu. Well, that's funny. It looks like Ryu actually doesn't use the falling code in his grounded Tatsu. It just kind of assumes that you land back on the ground. I'm gonna have to make note of that then, because it shouldn't be doing it that way. But yeah, Shinsho, you can. That one actually comes down, because that's when I was saying that he actually gets stuck on the. Oh, I guess the floating point thing fixed that, but it should come back down. So if he does get stuck here, he's not going to come back down if he actually lands the hit. What? He came back down? How come? Did I not do either of those? Did it just happen to be lucky that it worked out and it didn't glitch? I don't know. Well, whatever. Point is, all that's gotta get changed anyway. Anyway, okay, so we've turned it off. And apparently we want, or what we want to do is, yeah, we might actually have to activate that jump preset and put it into a scriptable object. So we need to take that and we need to put that into the animation, and then call it with a, actually call it with an animation event, and to say, hey, you need to start falling now. So, yeah, alright, let's see then. I would like to first thing I would like to do is, because it's on the launch configuration here. Man, but will launch configuration just inevitably... Alright, have a good one. Will launch configuration just need a reference to jump configuration then? I know all signs are kind of pointing back to just use this jump configuration instead. Actually put it in practice. More clips. I'll check them out after. I'll probably upload them on YouTube. Or, not YouTube, but, I can do them on YouTube too, but, like, Twitter would be good for the clips. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm really thinking about just implementing this. I can, because I haven't used this yet, I can actually port over all the data, because there's no data in them anymore, or yet. I can actually port over this data easily. So I'm gonna say, oh, let's see. think that includes animation name. This is a more efficient way to cache this information. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do this. Just gonna do it the right way. All right, so that means we're gonna go all in. Oh, so here's my fixed Unity engine library. It's gonna have all things like Vector 64 fix. I had to create those. Did not come automatically. The quotes are for you to insert yourself, right? What do you mean? What does that mean? I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand the question. Oh, I see this instruction of a new one. These are also all going to have to be 664s where the floats are. Like when you use the double quote, it's for you to add your own parameters and data. In a way, that's how it ends up. You're talking about down here, right? When you say equals to something here, when you're defining your variables, this just is a starting value. It could be anything, whatever you want it to be, but it's just a starting value. And, how do I want to put this? You don't have to do that, but you should. You should know what the starting value of these things are. Now, some things absolutely will make you put a starting value in for some stuff. Like if you're writing a method and you try to not initialize it, it's called initializing to give it its starting value. If you're writing a method and you don't initialize something, it might actually complain about that. Some things have an automatic initialized value, but not everything plays happy with that, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure what this custom momentum is. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. So we're going to mark that. Because this is going to resemble the launch configuration in many ways. I mean, to be honest, it may be worth just copying what's here. I think the custom momentum is probably this. The horizontal velocity decay. I should really change how this works though. But I'm not gonna get into that now. I do actually use this already. That's like actually a good example here, if it'll compile. Might have errors. We got errors. Let's see. What's the error? Oh. Type this way. That don't feel near. So this is actually already in use, the horizontal momentum decay, and I'll show you exactly what I use it for. This was the reason that I put it in the game to begin with. That it's too. Oh yeah, the snow's messed up on this stage now. The idea for this was to make it so that when they get actually, you know what? It's for the hits before it. Let me see if I can make him dizzy. I'm gonna try to make him dizzy in the middle of it. This is a problem that Street Fighter 4 has. Okay, now watch. Now see? He didn't travel very far. He actually slowed down during his descent. And then he landed a little bit more gracefully. Street Fighter 4 does not do that. And in fact, the hits before the final hit of the Tatsumaki have insanely high knockback. If you dizzy someone in the middle of EX Tatsu in Street Fighter 4, dude, they'll go flying across the screen and they'll get like suspended in the corner for like 5 seconds. It's like so funny. It's they get whipped across the screen at like light speed because they never implemented that kind of feature into their hits, I guess. Or if they did, they never applied it to those hits. And I've seen it enough times that I knew I had to avoid that kind of thing. But it's really funny. But yeah, see, he doesn't go flying across the screen. He didn't get sent to the opposite corner of the map. So that's what that horizontal decay is for. Street Fighter Cross Tekken fixed it, sorta, but heavy in the corner would lead to a triple DP with Ken. Heavy? Well, I'm talking about the EX one specifically. It just gets stuck. Hey, Lim, it's been a while. What's up? It's been a while. Hope all has been well. Hey, yeah, things are going pretty good. We're right in the middle of merging the rollback netcode, compatible Unity code. At least I hope it's compatible into the game. We're in crunch mode right now. We're trying to get this online beta. Shit's going good. You haven't forgotten? Yeah. Well, yeah, until the netplay was done, I didn't want to start adding characters because it adds more work to convert everything over. So this is the most efficient way to do it, get all the netcode stuff out of the way. And then when I add like Iori and Guile and stuff, they'll just automatically be playable in the netcode. How do you do the Kaku activate so well? I can't get it to work when I do it. Okay, this is different. This works differently in this build than the public build. So you don't have the offensive version in the public build. That's something I added later. If you doing the test build, it used to be I used to have to do down, forward, back, and 2 punches, or a punch. But I changed it, so I just do the Shoryuken and then I hit 2 punches when the Shoryuken hits, and it'll work on guard as well. But you're like super negative there, so you don't want to do it in that situation. I used to have it that you had to. Hold on. Ugh. Throat scratchy. I used to have it where you had to do the Shoryuken input and then press down back in 2 punches or down back in a punch. And, oh, it was so hard to do though. And the reason I did that because the parry used to be down back punch. Now it's down back 2 punches, so it's easier to avoid doing it by accident. So since those are 2 punches, I just said I just want 2 punches on this. The down back 2 punches is the parry. What's his? Sorry, yeah. And then if you do the attack, you just press 2 punches. You don't have to press the down back. But to do Teshin now, you do have to press down back 2 punches. So it's basically the same. It's basically the same command for everything to a degree. Am I good? What do you mean, am I good? Well, what's wrong? What did I do? Would the mic drop or something? Oh, because I was coughing? Is that why? Yeah, I'm alright. It's just tickling my throat. Yeah, the coughing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. It's still a little tickly, so I may still cough. And I feel another one coming. I don't know what's causing it, but whatever, man. I'm not dying. It'll take a little more than a cough to take me out. But yeah, so that's how I changed that. It's a little easier to activate everything now. I don't know if this link is even possible anymore. Death rattle cough. I'm fine. Yeah. I don't know what's tickling my throat now all of a sudden. Hold on, I'm just gonna blow it out. I'm just gonna mute myself for a second. Okay. Maybe I'm okay now. I don't know. Whatever. I haven't eaten for a couple hours, so it's not like food stuck in there or anything. I think it's alright. But yeah, I think the inputs for this make a lot more sense to me. They're obviously different than in the other build, but it's alright. I really don't know. I want to know now if this link works. I think I noticed it yesterday too, that it doesn't look like it works anymore. So I'm going to do this. Full frame step it. And I want to hold down. It's 42 frames. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 41. Hold down and punch. 42. Oh no! Oh, the math. It used to work because it was a floating point error. That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. You can't do that link anymore. I'm gonna have to make sure that actually works. So what's the advantage on this one supposed to be? I'm really curious. So the elbow attack starts at frame... Well, the last hit starts on frame 20, and it goes to 42. So let's look at... let's look at the... Because I might have, like, done something to the animation that changed how this works. So it ends at 42. Starts at 20. I have to keep those numbers in mind. Let's look at the hitbox data. Hitboxes for elbow attack. The elbow hit. Where's the advantage? Recovery, 22. Let's say I said 42 minus 20, which, yeah, it's 22. It is plus 4 should be, right? First time catching one of those strings, so hey, I want to ask, are you using Universal Fighting Engine, or did you guys build the engine from scratch? No, we are not using Universal Fighting Engine. I built singular. That's not a we. I built the fighting engine from scratch. I'm the only programmer on the project, so all that stuff's me. Yeah, mathematically this should work out. There could be some math glitch somewhere that's not letting this play out. I have noticed that like linking flight seems to be a little harder than it was before, so there could be something in here that's not calculating 100% correct. Well here, let's try this. If I make the advantage 0, then they should both recover at the same time. Oh, the enemy. He's all messed up there. Is he good? Oh no, he's backwards. Alright, hold on. We'll restart it. Sounding a little distant? Okay, that's not me. Moving away from the microphone, that's the microphone dying, so hold on. Okay, if I'm starting to sound distant, it's the microphone acting up. So do let me know when that happens. Hopefully it's better. Please let me know if it's better. I don't know why it does it. It just does. Anyway, so I changed the hit advantage to 0. And what I'm going to do is hit it and see what happens. See who recovers first. Better now? Yeah, I just reset the microphone, that's all. Okay, so they're out of hit stun at the same time. Two, 1, 0. Yeah, he recovered a frame later. I wonder what that's about. So if I set it to 5, or not 6, but if I set it to 5, it'll work, right? Oh. If I can do it, right? Oh, come on. Wait, come on. There. Now it works. But that's obviously wrong here in the math, so it should work at 4. Because the startup for this attack is 4 frames. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Wait, where did Ken's HP go? Yeah, it's a it's a glitch. No, we're trying to figure out why this link wasn't working. So I wasn't able to hit this link, and it's because something changed in the math that doesn't allow it anymore. He's recovering 1 frame later than he should be, and I don't know why, but we'll figure it out. So I got my handy dandy bug tracker. Let's put it to use. Ryu, 6 HP, covers 1 frame late. Not later, late. And so in notes, let's put in a date. I'm gonna call it a medium priority bug. Let's see. So 6 HP should be +4 on hit, and the hitbox data has +4, but the game in real time ends up +3. This disrupts 6 HP to 2 HP link. and happened after fixed math cutover. I'll say incomplete fixed math cutover. It's possible that because it's a partial conversion, that could be what's causing the issue. And then I'm going to say it's a gameplay bug. Oh, and one is a graphics bug. I'm going to make sure I label them. Because I can sort by these. Say, okay, let's do only the gameplay stuff today. You know, get that stuff out of the way because that's the most important. So that kind of thing. So there we go. There's my Google search. Make sure I spelled percentage correctly. At this point in my life, I just come to accept the fact that I can't spell anything. Oh, so you can do touch-in now here. Well, that ends that though, because of the fall glitch. Okay. We investigated that. That's good enough for that. I'm gonna figure that out later, because that could just be a +1 or a -1 somewhere deep in the code. I'm not gonna screw with that now. It'll take hours to fix. Flying Ryu. Oh no, you haven't seen flying. You haven't seen flying. You want to see the flying glitch? Here's the flying glitch. You want to see flying? There he goes. He's flying. He's going to the moon. Nothing's stopping him now. Yep. He's going. He's getting there. It'll take him a while. He'll get right to the moon. You know, it's a lot like the Mega Man X Legacy Collection fixed this glitch as far as I'm aware, but the original PC release of Mega Man X8 had a glitch where they didn't properly account for the fact that you can press both left and right and up and down on the keyboard at the same time. You can't do that with a D-pad or an analog stick, so they never bothered to think about it because it was a PS2 game originally. So you could do, if you got the Street Fighter moves for 0, you could do a reverse gravity Tatsumaki, and you could fly straight up and just keep flying up and up and up and up and up, and you could like skip whole portions of stages and stuff with it. It's hilarious. It's basically what that is, except it was a lot faster in Mega Man X8. Alright, we're losing the plot here. We need to make a version of the jump code here that accepts a jump configuration. So I'm just going to pull it right in. We're just going to do it up. Going to make a copy of this. And that's it. Jump configuration. If jump configuration is not valid, we will produce an error. Don't worry about this compile error, we'll fix that in a moment. I'm gonna log error, and it will say this start jump. Oh. Name of start jump. Supplied. Name of jump configuration was invalid. Jump was not started. Okay. And so how do we get this to do this? Now, objects in C# don't do this automatically like you can with a Unity object. You can just exclamation point and that, and it'll tell you if it's valid or not. It does more than just check if it's null on Unity's end. It should make sure that the object is actually active in the engine and it's a valid object and all that stuff. So that's why they have you do this instead of just checking null, because you could have a Unity-based object that passes the null test, but it's still invalid because on Unity's end it's destroyed, or it's being destroyed, or something's happening to it. So you can do this. You can make these little features here, and the way you do that, I'm going to put it at the end. Public static implicit, I'll explain that, operator bool, and then I think we already have it here, jump configuration, and I'm just going to say A. In this case, I'm probably just going to check if it's null or not. Not really sure if there's any other qualifying, tells here whether or not it's going to be a good or bad object. So for us, it's just a null check, but Unity uses this for other things too. So what this really means, when you see this here, this exclamation point, that just means not. So A is not equal to null. You could have A is equal to null. That's not, of course, not what we want. Or you could have not, and parentheses, A equal to null. This just reverses the true or false. This, if it's true, the not makes it false. Or if this is false, the not makes it true. And this is just shorthand for not equals to. This little exclamation point is called an operator. And an operator could just be, plus, minus, times, divide, or modulate, or whatever. Those are called operators. And the exclamation point is an operator. So this is, we're creating an operator. Did I get that right? Maybe, you know what? That explanation might not be 100% accurate. I'm pretty sure an operator refers to the plus, minus, whatever. But is bool really an operator? I think it's because it's casting. Let's see, can I do an int? And then, let's say if I return, or I just return 0. Yeah, okay, so casting is also an operator, that's why. This is casting to a boolean. So I guess, really, this is an operator, I guess. It's casting, but I guess it counts it as an operator. Because you use the thing operator. Because you can do it this way, too. You can do an A and a B. And then, like, I don't know, return a 6 or something. I'm not sure. You can do operators like that, too. In this case, it's operating to bool. So it's kind of like an automatic cast, in a way, to cast whatever it is into a bool, but you do custom code with it. And really all we're doing is checking whether or not it's null. And we can add as many criteria in here as we want. And it's just a quick and easy way to say, invalid, yes or no? Okay, it's valid, cool, do a thing. Or in this case, it's not valid. because you can do it where it's just like this. Oh, hold on. This, and this is valid. This is valid, and this is not valid. You can use it like that. I mean, you don't have to use it in the context of whether it's valid or not. You could literally convert whatever you want into a Boolean answer for whatever reason. But this is how Unity uses it. Brian P says, "What's up, though? We're fixing the jumps, sort of. We're fixing Terry's move so that he lands on the ground again. He doesn't stay floating in the air. We're changing the jump code." So, wait, hopefully this explanation makes sense. So when you do that, now I can say not valid? Jump configuration not valid? Okay, well then we're going to spit an error and do that. And instead of writing every time that we'd have to say, oh, okay, this is equal to null, or whatever. Or maybe I have 5 different criteria that checks whether it's null and also other stuff. I don't have to keep rewriting that all the time. I wrote it once. It's here. And that's it. And if I update this one here, all the other ones automatically update wherever they are. So it's like super... it's super useful. And I never would have thought to do that until Unity started doing it. So anyway, all that aside... actually, we're gonna potentially use this later too. If it's gonna work the way I think it is, we're gonna potentially use this later, and you'll see how that's gonna work. So we've got our error message. If it is a valid one, then we want to start the jump. So let's do that. This and this. I don't know whether or not all this data will resolve to something inside the launch configuration, but we will certainly attempt to figure that out. So I'm going to comment these out so that I know what I'm dealing with here and what should go into each slot. So the jump height. Height. Comma. Let me tab all those. Then we want the direction. We want the distance. We want the decay rate. I doubt it's in here, so we'll have to add that. Time. Oh, it's mad about this one. Okay. Hold on, let's look at this one first. Wait, can I just put a comma there? We'll be happy for now, at least. Yeah? Okay, good. Jump time? No. Airborne frames. Does this want in seconds? This might want in seconds. Hold on. Jump time. Oh, it's not even used that way. I don't know if that's in frames or not. Let's leave a note. Right. Startup frames. That one's definitely in frames. Oh, okay, the comment there. Land frames. Okay. Percentage completed. Animation mode. Assuming that that's the proper jump animation mode, yeah. Was jump from cancel? I think we'll just say false to that. I don't think we can determine that when you do a jump like this. And force override current jump. We're gonna say true in this case. And that's all the properties. So I don't believe that I don't believe we have a horizontal decay rate. So let's go back here and add that in. That might be what this custom momentum is. So horizontal decay rate. Yeah, we'll give it 0. That's the default. And I'm gonna move that up here. Yep, and I changed that. So we've got to change it up here. I could have done just a straight rename. Oh, here. Gotta change it up here too. I could have just done a straight rename, but that would have taken care of all those references. I spelled decay wrong? Oh no, decray. Oh no. Yeah. I don't know how that happened. The R is not even DK. Yeah, the R is not even close to. Alright, whatever, man. That was a sleepy typo. Good thing you saw that. Thank you. That's funny. Okay. Alright, it's all fine now. This is going to change too, actually, very substantially. This animation, the way the animation is going to work. What I want to do, and this will probably have to wait till after our first beta, because it's a substantial change. I want to have the up and down animation being the same animation. And what I want to do is I want to stretch the time it takes for the animation to go up and go down, so it'll automatically synchronize it with how the falling or the jump arc is supposed to go. And remember, jumps work for everything. Like if you get hit by an attack that launches you upwards, that's technically a jump on the code's end. It's just a jump that is specifically designed to be the reaction for that move. Or if you get hit with a Tatsumaki, you get knocked down. That's a jump, technically, in the code. So I want to change the animation system so that I can just put one animation, and I can stretch that animation along the jump arc as necessary. And I think that'll be cool. There'll be some instances where I may still want to use 2 animations, but I'll make it an option. But it would change. It would simplify a lot of the animation work to not have to split them up into up and down. And it can synchronize things. So if I say that Ryu's jump arc has to get higher or has to be longer, let's say I add 2 or 3 frames to it. Well, now that the animation is timed specifically frame to frame, Now the animation's out of sync with the actual jump arc. And I've got to go back in, I've got to change the animation too. I won't have to do that if I synchronize them. So what it would do is it would just alter the animation playback speed so that it should synchronize from launch to land throughout the animation, no matter what the animation time is. And that'll just be really helpful for me. Okay, but, you know, until that day, I'm not going to bother adding it here, because that's a whole, like, day's worth of work, I think, to make that work. And then to port overall the data, it would be a nightmare, so we're not doing that now. Momentum mode? This one's not even... What's a momentum mode? Oh, here it is. Normal or custom? I don't know what that means, so we're just going to get rid of it. It's an unused property, it's not being read by anything, so... Yeah, I'm going to say we're not going to use that. Oh, it wasn't even being copied anyway, that's great. Direction custom. Oh, I see, that could be direction forward, backwards. It's not even using that one. Or is it? Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Okay, that's alright. So now we should, in theory, be able to create a jump configuration and apply it. So that's what we're going to do. Let's make sure it compiles. It does not. Of course it doesn't. Oh, that's right. We didn't actually add that into the call here. Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? This is going to need to be divided by fix64 extension C60. Because those are frames, these are integers. Oh, and this needs to get changed to this. Come on. And you know what? Actually, there's a better way to do this. Oh, it doesn't do it for this one. Oh, I didn't add the comma. That's fine. Hidden character theme, woo! Yeah. This is the way I could do this. This is an integer. I cast it to a fix64, divide by 60 to get my time. However, that reminds me, I could just do frame time. I'll give it an initial value of 0. Sorry. Oh no, time's almost over already? Oh my god. Well, we're going into overtime. The distance, height, direction, custom direction. Bounce. Okay. That's all set. That looks okay. Alright. Yeah, and now these are going to be different. These are going to be frame times. I could just say... Here, if I wanted to keep those as integers... I could just do it like this. Set it to the new frame time. I'll explain what frame time is in a moment. Let me just get the compile errors to go away here. Yeah, let's do it this way. There. Let's see. Oh, I don't have a copy function yet either. Let me do that then. Void copy from, and then, well, okay, I'll explain frame time first. Frame time is just an automatic caching of the frames divided by 60. And see, I've already set it up for 664. So it's going to be an accurate calculation. Hey, PNX. Yeah, right here. It generates the calculation, and it caches it so I don't have to keep doing it over and over. And it's got some error checking and stuff. But this is a much more efficient way to do it. At least I expect it to be. So here we go. We're going to do a copy. We're going to copy from one to the other. Copy from if, copy from, you know what, let's return a bool, just in case. So if the thing we're trying to copy is invalid, it will not copy it, and it will send back false to let us know that it did not copy it. And then here, I just copied it, so I make sure I have all the names, and I'm not missing a single thing. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of red right now, but it'll clear up in a minute. Oh, no, no. This just ensures that I do not miss a single field. You do not want a copy routine that is missing data, obviously. So that's what we're doing here. There we go. Okay. And everything's going to be set to their initialized value, so we got to remove that. Essentially what we're going to do, we're just going to say copy from and then the same field, and then we get rid of whatever's after it. Let me go ahead and delete the initialized values. It's tedious, but we do need to do it. Copy from period and semicolon. So what we're going to do here, this is the quickest way to do this that I know of, at least. Then here we can just copy and paste the names from left to right. Or hell, you can just click drag, copy drag it. So if you hold control before you try to drag it, it'll copy the text instead. There we go, 1 for 1. And a copy it goes. Now, the reason I do a custom one here, if you have special code, like maybe copying one to the other, you can't just straight copy whatever the reference is, or whatever the data is. Like, you've got to do something else special, or you can do an optimization. You don't need to copy everything. This gives me the ability to do that. So, looking okay here. I have a feeling we're gonna have to expand these think we need expanded functionality for these. I'm not sure these are just going to work right out of the gate. But we're getting there. But we have to do our test and see how it works. So, what's the other thing? I guess we'll do a normal, like, constructor. I think we might have to do that. I think it'll force us to, oh yeah, and here, all we have to do here, instead of all that stuff, we just do this. Dot time. Oh wait, hold on. I have the jump configuration in front of it. Yeah, and then this dot time. And there we go. And now it's a fixed 64 automatically. Because we changed it to the frame time instead of the other. There. Okay. Now we can do a test. And it's going to be real simple. Public this equals new. There we go. Thank you, IntelliSense. Wow, that took a while to pick up. Public jump configuration. I'm going to clearly label it as a debug. And we will go to... You know what? I got a better idea. I'm not going to put it here. I'm going to put it in the match controller. And then I'm going to tie it to one of the debug keys. Debug. Copy it. And we'll go to wherever the F8 is. Yeah, down here. Let's see, we've got F6, we've got F5, F6, F7, F8. Looks like we don't have an F9, so drag it on down. LSIF F9. I think we can just do it this way. I shouldn't use it for each, but I'm going to because it's quick and dirty. So, team active fighter start jump. Find it before. Wait, is it a private? Watch it be private. Yeah, inaccessible because it's private. Alright, just for now, I'm going to make it public. Make this private. And that should fix that. There it is. It's going to make everybody jump when we press F9. How about that? Now their animation is going to be all wacky, but we want the physical effect first right now. Okay, we go to match controller. Here's our jump configuration. Start time in frames will be 20 frames. Airborne frames will be 100. Landing frames we can just leave 0. This doesn't work yet, so we're just gonna go to the other one. We're gonna do a distance of 5, a height of 6, a decay rate of none. It's gonna be backwards jumps, and yeah, and that's it. Animation automatic. Yeah, maybe the animation won't be that screwed up. Okay, let's see what happens. Get ready. Alright, make sure we can actually move. Yep. F9. Doesn't do anything? Or maybe they're not in focus. Uh-oh. Doesn't do anything. Wonder why. They ain't no errors. Okay. I'll do the lazy debug. Forcing players to jump. It's F9, yeah. And we'll see if we get a log that pops out that says that. If we do, then we know there's something else wrong. We are not getting that at all. Really? I was pressing the wrong button the whole time. I'm stupid. Yeah, there we go. It works. How about that? See? Oh, that's up well. There we go. That's also what I meant about the desync of the animation and the jump time too. Yep, and there they go. So that shows that that works. So what we need to do now is we need to build that percentage factor in. And that is here. So this never gets actually set to anything. We really don't have it actually do anything right now. So I'm going to go to jump. I don't know, jump direction. Let's go to the definition of that. There should be like, there's time and jump. Oh man, they should all be private. I don't know why they're public. Yeah, they should all be private. I don't want... Oh, you know what? The reason that they're public, they've got accessors on them. So you can read them, but you can't set them. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll do that for this one too. But it has to stay public here in order to make that work. Yeah, that makes sense. Then we can read it, the data, if we want. Just imagine if AAA Productions did as much testing as you do. Well, they do. They do a lot more testing than I do, actually. It's the reverse. They have entire departments dedicated to testing. So yeah, they do testing. They do a lot of testing, and they do more testing than I do by like a huge margin. Like it's not even close. The perception perhaps that they don't do much testing because the games come out buggy is it's a scale problem. The amount of coding that they do, like they have, like hundreds of people on staff. So when you have like 50 coders, you've got an exponential amount more of bugs to fix. So yeah. Yeah, like being the only programmer, well, it just could be good or bad. But it does give me the advantage if I pay attention to my own design enough that I probably know where the problem is. Where I have a quick way of finding it out. Not only because there's not that much code in complexity compared to a AAA, but also there's just not that much code in general. And because I did everything initially, I sometimes can remember how it's supposed to work and why it's not, by looking at it. So there are advantages there. But the disadvantage there is that I don't have another person that can look at it. And like if it made sense to me in my mind and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't know what the problem is. It looks right to me. But someone else might be able to come in that doesn't have the preconception of what it should be doing, and they'll be like, oh yeah, you got like a typo there. Or like, yeah, that's not being set right. Like they can immediately identify that because they don't have that kind of preconceived notion of what it's supposed to be about. Programmers need the equivalent of flipping the canvas horizontally in digital art for code. Yeah, I mean that's really it. And having another person come in kind of fills that role. But they also have to like know what you're doing too. Like they can't just like some code situations you can just walk in and be like, oh yeah, you typoed that. Like it's really obvious. But if it's a complex problem that multiple systems are engaging in and interacting with, like that's really hard for someone to just walk in from the outside with no prior knowledge of what the program's supposed to be doing and then be able to like pinpoint that. That's a little harder. Let's see. We have to figure out here, yeah. So this jump start delay time. Yeah, it's gonna be somewhere here. We're going to have either this or this is greater than fix 64.0. I think that is a good criteria. We want to start in the jumping phase as opposed to the pre-jump phase. Developer perception and player perception of things will always be different. That's that can be true. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily like in general. Yeah, that's true. But a good developer will understand the player perspective as well as the developer perspective and be able to mitigate between the two. So that's at the highest level, that kind of issue should be mitigated. Some developers are not honest with themselves. Like they know what the player perspective is, but they deliberately go against it, or they want to convince themselves that they don't have to capitulate to it. Yeah, the player in most every case is not going to have the developer insight, so they won't be able to necessarily understand it at that level. Or I wouldn't say at that level, because it's not really a level thing. It's a different perspective, so the player won't be able to necessarily intuitively understand why something is the way it is just by playing it. Put it that way. But it's not like developer is the next level on top of player. Like it's not a hierarchy. It's all about perspective. So it's not that the developer is better than the player at thinking about these things. It's just they have a different perspective, and mostly it's experience based. It's just the player has never experienced development, so they don't know enough to think in a certain direction. There's nothing, or they're not. They've never been led to look at that perspective before, so it may never occur to them to look at games through that perspective, if that makes sense. Not whether they're capable or not. That depends on the person themselves. but it's whether or not they would even think of it. So it's like when you say like you do a daily task every day, you've been doing it your entire life, and then someone comes along and they'll be like, yeah, like if you just like use tape, like clear tape, you can like just tape it to that thing and it works better. And then you're like, how did I never think of that before? Like all my life I've been doing it potentially wrong, but I never thought to do something that way or whatever. You know, something like that. It's more akin to that kind of thing. It's just that you never thought to look at it that way. It never occurred to you to ever think about it in a certain way. But now all of a sudden it makes sense because, you know, you do that. I think that's the best way I could describe it. I don't believe that players and developers shouldn't be at odds with each other in that kind of manner. Each player and developer has their own ability, and they just may not have the perspective that the other has to think about something. It's not like the players are dumb and the developers are godlike. Both can be at fault, so let me tell you. It's easy to start drawing lines in the sand and blaming one side or the other. I try not to do that if possible. Said Who 13 says, yo, what's up? Let's see, start jump. Don't blame the players. Yeah, don't blame the players. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Right? Let's see, so this start jumping phase. Does that, okay. What I'm going to do here I think what I'm gonna do. Wait, are there other versions of this? Start jump starting phase. Start jump jumping phase. Okay. I need to look at the code where it's actually updating the jump. And that is somewhere here. Assuming it's going to be above it. Or maybe not. Alright, hold on. Update jump? No? Or is it progress? Progress jump. No? Oh, come on. It's killing me here. Alright. Let's just look one of the values up. There we go. Yeah. Here we are. Process. Well, not progress. Process. I'm renaming it Update Jumping. Hey, if you're ever looking for something in your code and your first instinct ends up being wrong, just rename the thing to whatever your first instinct was, because it's probably the better name anyway. So, yeah, there's my tip for the day. Okay, what I want to do... Let's see, current jump velocity. Time to jump. Yeah, we're working in Unity, yeah. Let's see. Will it compile? I can show you what the game looks like if it compiles. It's a 2D game, but it's in Unity. There we go. It's a Street Fighter clone, essentially. Got King of Fighters, Street Fighter characters, does all the stuff. And we'll get a better frame rate if we close all the damn inspector windows. There we go. Oh, and this is what we're trying to fix. Yeah. The attacks that go upwards don't come downward right now, so we're trying to make that better. Thank you. I think that's cool. Oh, and he's stuck. I think it's fun. I think it's admirable. I'm not confident enough in my abilities as a dev on stream. Look, the title of this channel is Game Dev Scrubs. I'm not either, but I'm still here. I'm sure professionals, if they saw what I'm doing, they'd be like, what is he doing? What are you doing? Stop it. I don't like the self-awareness of being on stream. I just gotta put it out there and not think too much about it. Let's see, jump, move, speed, move towards. Okay. Yeah, okay, and your first update falling. Load velocity is greater than 0. Current velocity is less than 0. Current velocity is less. Oh, because you're coming down, yeah. Hey, you don't have to be on stream to develop either. I mean, you can just tinker with your projects quietly. I mean, like, I work on it throughout the week. You only see like a small portion of it. But what it does do. We're watching every mistake you make. Oh, I know, and there's tons of them every time. It's just, there's so many of it, it's like I can't, couldn't even begin to care about it at this point. It's like, whatever, man. I know I'm gonna make all these mistakes, so screw it. Well, one thing that doing it on stream really helps with is, if you ever get to a week where you don't work on it, at least there's one day a week that you worked on it. I'm here every week. So I at least do one thing a week, and that's good to help keep momentum going if life gets you off the rails for a while. That's also why on Sunday I play a game, because if I didn't play games on stream, I would never play games. I would just ignore it, and I'd be so far behind on everything. I'm just so what I'm doing right here is I'm reviewing this code to make sure that when I copy it out of here, that it's gonna be all right. I do think I'm gonna have to copy this portion as well. So yeah, and then everything from here, I don't need landing, I don't need all that. So I need to copy from here to here, and I'm gonna make a new function here. Start jump, advance, I guess. I don't know. Advanced phase, whatever. We can rename it later. It doesn't really matter. The point is, what this is going to do is going to fast forward the jump. So this is going to be 664.0. Wait, old velocity? No, yeah, old velocity is going to have to be current velocity, which is going to get set somewhere else. Okay, here's the thing, the time step. So we want start jump at percentage completed. I'm gonna make another value here. So fix 64 time step equals the start at jump percentage completed times the jump time factor. Jump time factor. Is this even used? Have a factor for the jump? Oh god, it is. Well, yeah, we can ignore that actually. So initial velocity. Yeah, all right. So old velocity is going to be initial velocity. Time to apex, jump apex. This has got to be time step. Oop. And we do not take the jump factor into account. Chat asks, how's the development going, man? Haven't been here in a while. Oh, it's going. We're plugging in the rollback netcode systems as we speak right here. Accountability is a hell of a motivator. Yeah, that's true too. When people are looking, oh my god, I'm so behind in chat. But when people are looking forward to a thing that you're making, that really helps drive you. Because then you feel like, well, I'm letting everyone down if I don't do this. Which is a negative thing, but for me, I feel like it's a positive too. Because everybody's looking forward to what you're making. So you want to provide to them the thing that you want to make. Good thing is he can watch every mistake he makes too, so he has a better idea of where he went wrong. That's true, it is recorded. So if I do miss something, I have to look back on something that is there. Okay, so a great book I read is Atomic Habits. That's a funny title. By James Clear. Talks about this stuff and more. Oh, so it's like a self-motivator thing. Yeah. Okay, apply vertical velocity. We're not going to apply any sort of velocity here. We are skipping to this point in the jump arc. Oh yeah, we need to do jump time factor. No, we don't want jump time factor. We want apex. Time to jump apex times 2. How did we calculate this? That's where we were. Okay, start jump. Jump distance. Time to apex. What's jump time? New jump time. Does that get cataloged anywhere? Oh, it doesn't. It does not, unless it gets set here. No, it does not. Okay. That's why I couldn't find it. I want to go to initial. Maybe it's in here. Initial velocity. And I'm going to say private fix 64 initial full jump time. And we're going to set that right here. That's the airborne time. Oh. As far as I'm aware. Airborne time is... yeah, new jump time. Yeah, and so when we calculate new jump time... yeah, divide by 2 to get the apex. Okay, yep, that's what we want then. We want to get the initial full jump time and that's what we use to set here. Yeah, I could just do the Apex times 2 again, but you run into the problem that the initial operation to cut it in half might give you an inaccurate answer when you recompile it. Is this a solo project? For the most part, I do all the programming, all the game design, all the planning, and all that. I get help with sprites, sprite work. I do some of it on my own, but I just don't have the time for everything. And music is by Maxi Demand. I get most of the big heavy sprite work is from Anim Pocket and Graphicus, and then yeah, music's Maxi Demand, and well, Larry helped. He made the logo, and Tim pixel arted the logo, and we got testers and stuff like that. We got smaller contributors as well. But I'm the point man. Nothing moves without me, I guess. Okay, so our time step is going to be the amount of time that it needs to take times the percentage of what needs to be completed. So it's going to be one giant super time step. My roommate is having issues in regards to finding an artist. He's basically gone through 3 or 4. Any advice you have for finding other artists? I know exactly how he feels. It is very difficult to just go find an artist. Here's what I would say. Talent attracts talent. If you can make a demo that has potential, that has quality, artists will find you, as opposed to you having to find the artist. You start putting that stuff on Twitter and say like, hey, I need someone to do art. Look at it the other way around. Have them find you. Or post in an area where a lot of artists have and be like, hey, does anybody want to work with this? Yeah. You got to put something out there, because a lot of the good artists aren't going to waste their time on stuff that they're not sure of, right? They don't want to get roped into that. They don't want to have to feel obligated to something that they're not sure of. But if you can put out there something that's impressive, then they'll actively want to work with you. And that's the way you want to do it. So talent attracts talent is the way that I usually describe that. You put it out there and people will come to you. You know, I mean, that doesn't mean that you don't post it or actively try to like post it places, or don't, you know, like it's not like you never talk about needing an artist. It's just that you can go knock on 100 artists' door, and a lot of times the ones that are going to want to work with you are the ones that are not very good, because they just want to get into any project. You know what I mean? So there's kind of a, you got to show up before they're going to show up. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean you don't go looking necessarily, but it means you got to have something impressive to put out there. And that's most of the people that end up working on my projects. That's what it is. I don't even really go out there and look for people. They just kind of show up. It's like, hey, I saw that thing and it looks cool. Like, do you need art, or do you need music, or do you need whatever? And I'm like, yeah, sure, come on aboard. And that's how it's always worked. But you gotta really show up though. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta really get out there to do something like that. Like, people aren't gonna find you if you're not out there. Alright, so here's our, I'm gonna put a comment here. A giant time step to fast forward to where we need to go. Or to where we need to be in the jump arc. How about that? It isn't even so much, well, today I guess it's more or less about social media presence, but it isn't really necessarily that conceptually. It's just being in a place where people who like the thing that you're doing, or the kinds of things that you're doing, that are also developers or artists or whatever, where they congregate and to show it there. And then people, if it's good, and I think it's good, people will just flock to it. And it can be very difficult to get to that point where people look at it and be like, oh yeah, I want to be a part of that. Because sometimes it's hard to demonstrate the potential of a project without getting pretty far along in it. Or not really far along, but a substantial amount of work has to be done on something like that to demonstrate the potential. And it has to also be built in a way that can demonstrate the potential. You know, there are many ways to develop something, and there are vertical slices. There's a reason that vertical slices are developed, even if they're completely thrown away after the fact. It's because they can demonstrate the potential of a project that you have without having the full project. But they're built in a way, usually, that are hasty, and that only just serve the point of showing the potential in a way that is flimsy on the back end. So it's kind of like, instead of having a salesman, you have a stand-up cardboard cutout of a salesman. And, you know, I don't know why I said salesman specifically, but think of it like that. You get the image of a person, standing there with a cardboard cutout, but there's really nothing behind it. It's just fake. It was hastily put together, and then it may be more work to fix that, to turn that into an actual game, than it is to just literally start over. So whatever demo you come up with, you could come up with a vertical slice instead. Instead of like building it for real, build a vertical slice. Say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I want. This is the vision that I have going forward. This is a sample of what I think the game might end up being. You know, that would be a way to get attention on it. Again, assuming that it's actually ends up good. That's the other thing. It's not like you build anything and throw it out there. Each person is going to have an opinion on it. You have to make sure that their opinion's going to be high of it, you know? And yeah, so it's kind of a nebulous thing, the demos versus prototypes versus vertical slice. A vertical slice is a demonstration, so it is a demo of a vision of something, whereas a prototype is the mechanical test subject. Put it that way. A prototype could potentially get turned into a game, although you usually start those over too. That's why Game Jam games are great. They're basically the first step toward making a full game, potentially. I would say that Game Jam games probably most closely represent a prototype. I think because they're kind of built to be an entire game, I would say that they most closely resemble a prototype. A vertical slice is deliberately not meant to be a full game. It is only built in order to present the vision of what the full game may look like. Or play like, or whatever. Some of them aren't even playable. Some of them are just conceptual things. So, like, what game was it? The one that bombed. Anthem. When they first showed Anthem off publicly, we got our first trailer of Anthem. It was a non-playable vertical slice. It was fake. It's phony. But I mean, it was a vertical slice, so it's not like it was a lie necessarily. It was just misrepresented. They passed it off as, oh, here's a gameplay trailer, but it wasn't really. So they lied in that respect. But in a corporate setting, a vertical slice that's not playable is very common. So it's a useful development tool, and it's useful for like getting the point across of this is what I want to make, but it's not necessarily that thing yet. It's just kind of like a preview, like a thumbnail, put it that way. I can see that. Okay, so chat's talking about developing bad habits through and crunch. Yeah. Yeah. Game jams can perpetuate that kind of behavior, yeah. So that is something to be aware of. Let's see, chat says I'm not really in games though, so don't take my advice, but been working on a rendering engine tool. Hey, that's cool. And City and Force says hi, hello back. What's up? I don't enter game jams because I don't have the time to, and I also don't like feeling. Maybe I'm underselling myself, but I don't think I could make a game in that short amount of time. I just don't think I have the ability to do that. I'm not going to necessarily blame the fact that I like to take my time on stuff, but I just don't know if I have the skill to rapidly develop a game like that. I just don't think I'm that good. Like, it's not even necessarily a pressure thing, because I thought that at first. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to be under that pressure, but I don't mind being under pressure. I mean, like, again, I'm here live showing everybody all my mistakes, and I know I got a whole fan base waiting for this big update. We got like how many people on Game Jolt now? Let's see. Let's take a look. If I can type. Game Jolt. No, not Echo Rush. What? Pocket Fighter EX. EX. You know what? I got a chat macro for this. I don't know why I'm doing this. Where's my chat window? Here. Everybody can look. There you go. There's the link. There's the public version. Go try it yourself. Link is in chat. Yeah. There are almost 8,000 people following this project. So, yeah, I would say there's a little bit of pressure. I feel a little bit of pressure. We've had 28,000 downloads on this game. Yeah, I'm feeling the pressure a little bit. I don't care so much about pressure. I just really don't think I'm good enough to make a game in that short amount of time, because I'm like, oh, it's like 48 hours or a week. Like, nah. I don't have a week to spare anyway, right? Yeah, but no pressure, right? Yeah, no pressure though. Short projects have their place early in your development experience, but if you only do short projects, yeah, that could be detrimental. The good thing about doing a short, small project is the fact that you finish it. You can see every area of development, from making a menu screen, to making a credit screen, to doing all the levels, to making sure you can progress through the game and fix all the bugs and release something. That's really valuable. But if that's all you do is little tiny games, then yeah, you will get stuck in kind of a mold that way. Yeah, see you later, Wendy. Thanks for popping in. Definitely underselling myself. I don't know, man. I don't work very quickly. It would have to be a really, really tiny game. Like, I don't know. I'll probably never find out because I'm never gonna do a game jam. Hey, who's that? Did I do it? Oh yeah. Refills followed. Thank you. And said who 13. Thank you. Thank you. We do this every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday I play games. Thursday's a different project. Monday is Pocket Fighter, Thursday is my platforming game, and Sunday I play games very horribly. Okay, let's see. Apply to vertical velocity. Current velocity, jump velocity. Oh, I've got a efficiency fix for this, actually. This is just a copy. Oh, wait, we got another one. Urios? Urios. Thanks for the follow. That's a good name. I'm gonna have to, because this is copied code. We're gonna have to go back to where the original code is. I actually have a speed hack for this. I'll explain that when we go back to it. I'm just making sure that I don't need this before I delete this line. Yeah, I do not believe I need any of that. Because we're not actually, when we fast forward, we're not going to actually apply the velocity. We're just going to skip to that point in the jump arc. So that we can just get the falling portion, essentially. Apply horizontal velocity. Okay, we don't need that one either. Current jump move speed. This we might need. Current jump move speed. From 0? The horizontal decay rate. Jump move speed magnitude. Times a time step? Times the jump time factor. Okay, so we do have to replace a time step with it. We might actually have to do this one. I think we will have to do this one. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to do this one. Because this is going to set our horizontal move speed. I really should. I really should make that clearer in the variable name. And I'm confident this is the horizontal speed. Let's do a find on that. Yeah, this is the horizontal velocity. Okay. Right, but I don't actually set it. This updates it. Yeah, okay. So say fast forward horizontal velocity. Okay. Fast forward gravity. Okay, let's see. Did you go so far that now you are falling? Old velocity is going to be the initial. If it was greater than 0, and now you are at or equal to 0, or lower or equal to 0, so you're falling down. And that's this here. Then your first update in the falling. Okay, so you are now falling. Jump peak position. Jump peak position. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We want to cache where we were at the peak. Jump height from peak. Well, that'll be 0. We can already tell right now that's just going to be 0 because we haven't moved at all when we fast forward. Jump height, falling wall bounce threshold. Oh, Jump peak position minus. I don't know about this one. Yeah, okay. I see what this is. You can only initiate a wall bounce up until a certain point. And it's based on how far you went up. This is a complicated way to code this. I don't know necessarily why I did it this way. I guess it makes sense. So once you hit that first update at the top of your jump, then it's going to calculate how far can you fall. And within that area, you can do a wall bounce. But if you fall below that, you can't do the wall bounce anymore. Okay, hold on. What was this before? We set it to 0. Jump position. Peak position. Minus jump start position. Yeah, this isn't a great way to program this, but we're going to have to work with what we've got. This is unfortunately just going to be... It's going to be set to 0 whether I calculate it or not, so I might as well not bother calculating it. We're just going to set it to 0. And yeah, this, man, I don't know. I might have to redo this with the potential jump height. Not what your actual jump height is, but what your potential one is. It was fun, but I gotta get going. Need to handle my own project. Yeah, there you go. Jump on it, man. See you later. We'll be here next Monday again with the same project. At 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry so much about this at this point. Trying to figure out what to do with this. See, height from peak. Yeah. Okay. I need to take the initial jump. Man, how do I want to do this? The height. Yeah, the height. Okay. So, height from peak. Alright, once again, let's take a look at this. This is supposed to be where you started, where you are now from where you started. Now, ideally, this should just be... This should just be the height, your initial jump height. Is this your initial jump height? What is this? Jumping? Is that... Well, that's not going to work. Oh, these stats must have used to be typed in on this controller. Okay, does this get set? It does. But does this must get manipulated after a while? Or no, it doesn't. Does this never gets new jump height? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna rename it to initial jump height. Initial jump height. Because it never, in all three references, it never actually gets overwritten, except when you set it from the initial. In this, well, I'm not going to erase it yet, but this is going to get marked for deletion. Appreciated. Remove. one better. Actually make it a summary. Associated will be removed. Yeah, okay, I got the fix for this. So your jump peak position, we don't even need that anymore. Yeah, so your initial jump height, we want to take the factor of that. So the percentage of that where you can still do a wall bounce and deduct it from the jump peak position. I think ideally you would want to make this a timer instead. Just in case something stops your position from advancing. For whatever reason. But for now, this we should be able to hack this in, okay. Yeah, jump peak position. Yeah. So our intended jump height, we're gonna subtract from where we ended up to how far we can go down before we can not do this anymore. Yeah, that should be fine. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a lot cleaner than the other one. Okay, so now that we know that that's the case, we can actually legitimately get rid of this. And it's going to cause an error too. But that is okay. Yeah, it doesn't exist. How about that? Because we're just going to do that instead. There we go. We fixed it on both ends. Oh yeah, while we're here, let's do the speed hack here. So here's something I learned. Now a vector 3 has 3 components, an x, a y, and a z. And when you do multiplication on a vector 3, say vector 3 times this float or fix 64. Okay, cool. Well, that's going to be x times this, y times this, z times this, and that produces a new vector. And then it's going to be x times this, y times this, z times this, which produces a new vector, which then x times this, y times this, z times this, x times this, y times this, z times this. I think you get where I'm going with this. If you calculate your single value first, then you only have to do the xyz multiplication once. The fact that this is in the start of the calculation means that it triples the multiplication every time that you go down. So just calculate this into one value and then times it into your vector, and you should be all set. And that's a little efficiency hack for you. I didn't know that until very recently, and I just happened to think about it when I was looking at this, but I could have easily I could have very easily forgotten about it and never even applied it. It just happened to cross my mind when I looked at it. Which makes me wonder, here. Yeah, same thing, that's a vector 3. So doing this cuts our calculation by 1/3, or 2/3. Because these are all decimals. And the same thing here, maybe. Float. Well, decimal, 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 decimal. Okay, that's fine. That's all one parameter. Okay, that's okay there. Same thing here. These are all decimals, no vectors. I mean, it won't make a huge difference, but if you've got a whole bunch of these happening all the time, it can add up. I think these are all decimals. Man, I love this remix for Chun-Li. This is my favorite version of Chun-Li's theme, period, out of any of the games. It's just so good. Yeah, all this checks out. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to our... Yeah. the advanced phase. Yeah, okay. Well, this looks fine, I think. This theoretically should move us into the falling phase of a jump if we set it to 50%. So, let's try it out. Ugh, we're have to go back really far. Actually, you know what? I don't have to go back that far. Do a search for this, find out where this is calculated, and use this right here. Here we go. Okay, when we go here, you know what? I'm going to do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. If this, then we assume that we're just skipping the starting one anyway. Actually, we don't have to do it that way. Do we? No, yeah, we do. I think. Let's see. What's this accomplish? Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. So we need to do this first, and then we need to run the routine that we just ran, or that we just programmed. And then it'll be an else if we're not jumping ahead, but we are skipping the start, then we just skip to the start. And if all of that, then it's normal start. So fast forward start. Skip beginning, or skip pre-jump, start, and normal start. I mean, that should do it. Oh, tried to save all. I habitually spam the save all, like, all the time. But sometimes I screw the macro up and end up with a different menu. Okay, first way to test this. Let's see, we do set the values, right? The first way to test this is to give it a value of 50. And, or not 50, but 25%. If the value we'll see if the jump visibly gets cut down by half height at least. Okay, make sure it still works first. F9, and they jump. Cool. And we see how high that jumps, right? Now we're gonna cut it down by half. So our jump start percent, or by quarter, 0.25. And there we go. See how it's been shortened? Pretty substantially. I don't know if that math actually works out. Is that really the last 25%? Because the thing you have to realize, it looks a lot smaller than the main jump, but your first half of the jump is where most of your momentum's going to be. So here's the thing. Now what are you going to do 50%? And it should just immediately fall when we do it. Yeah. See how he just immediately falls? That's what we want. That's it. That's what we want to do. Except in this case, it's gonna be a forward jump, right? Yeah. Look at it. That's what we wanted. He's gonna go up, and he's just gonna fall down. Hey, hey. Let's see. And distance is 0. So when we go up, we just want to start falling back down. How about that? Works exactly the way I figured. Hell yeah, man. Alright. No, we're getting somewhere with this now. We're getting somewhere. Alright, the test has proven that it works. Oh yeah, let me do some normal jumps to make sure that they really haven't been affected yet. And then we'll actually create a preset for it and apply it to a move and see what happens. Yeah, everything looks like, you know, other than the Shurikens getting stuck, everything looks like it's fine. Especially the, because remember we screwed around with the wall bounce. So here's how I'm gonna figure out. Well, I think I outran it. Nope, I outran it again. Well, I gotta get it where he visibly touches the screen, but he doesn't actually bounce. That's harder than it looks. Yep, okay, he touched the screen, but he didn't bounce. So I did not mess up the jump, the wall jump code, or the wall bounce code. So it looks like it's working out alright. Cool, alright, I'm happy with that. I think that works good. No! I keep forgetting the Shoryuken is bugged. Ooh, that's cool. Man, the Teshin really helps with some of this stuff. Because, like, I mean, you could do this, but you're not going to get much off of it from that far away, you know? It really helps. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to remove the debug here. And it's going to cause an error. Because we removed that debug value. And I'm just gonna remove the code for F9 and I'm just gonna say free function, just meaning that I can use it for something else. So now I need to make a preset for this. Alright, this is gonna get a little complicated here. And now this is something, I'm going to try something that I've never done before as well, because I think it's going to work. But we're going to find out real quick. I need to find out, number one, where this jump configuration is. Oh wait, I can see right here. Scripts. Oh, it's just the fighter script folder. Okay. Well, I can jump to it really quick here. Oh, not there. If you search in the project folder, just type the name, and there it is, and click on it once, and then undo the search, and it'll send you to the folder it came from. So I'm going to make a new script here. I'm going to say preset. This should work. Wait, no, that's not going to work. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me think. No, you can't do that in C#. Yeah, if you had multiple inheritance, what I wanted to do is I wanted to just merge it in. No, I got a better idea. I got an idea. I think I can make it work. I think I can do this. So jump configuration preset is going to have a public, actually a private preset. But we're gonna do serialized field. And yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh, configuration equals new. I would just call it jump configuration. It's fine. Equals new jump configuration. Private, let's see. Could not be found? Oh, is it part of, yeah, it's part of the fighter namespace. Okay, that's fine. This can also be part of the fighter namespace. I'm going to try to make this as seamless as possible to make one of these and use it almost as if it was completely the same thing. I want this jump configuration to be as easy to use as the preset and vice versa. I want them to literally act as though they're the same thing, and I think I can accomplish that. So this is private. We're going to give it a little underscore here. If we want to get to it, we're just going to make a read-only accessor to read the configuration. So we can extract it if we want. This will be public. You'll be able to look at it and change the configuration if need be. But what I want to do here, public static implicit operator. Remember what I said you could put anything you want here? That's what I want to do with it. I want you to be able to set this as if it were a jump configuration. So you should be able to do jump configuration, whatever it equals, and then put in a preset, and it should just work. Okay, first things first. If A is equal to null, we return null. This is a class, so we can do that. That's fine. Otherwise, we return a dot jump configuration. How about that? And it should just extract it out like you would just dot jump configuration. You don't even have to do that. You just be able to set it on its own. I think that'll work. I don't think I've ever done this before, but I've been thinking about doing it. I just haven't had the opportunity to test it out. So let's see, how should I do this? I'm gonna do this just to kind of like title the, when we see it in the editor, just to have that title. And then, oh, we also have to allow the creation of it. Create asset menu. File name equals new jump configuration preset. Menu name equals, I'm going to guess at what, oh, I got double equals. I'm going to guess at what this should be. Game fighter jump configuration preset. I'm going to take a guess that's what the menu is structured like. And we should just be able to make one. Okay, so game fighter. Oh yeah, yep, I was right. Jump. Where is it? They're not in alphabetical order. Oh, there it is. Jump configuration preset. And there's our test object. And here you go. You expand it out, and look, it's got all this stuff. How about that? Isn't that nice? So here's the big deal. gonna delete that for now. We'll see if this works at all. We need to do a search for all references on this. I'm gonna find the fighter controller one here. The start jump. Oh yeah, we'll make this private. See, it's a good thing I had that little note there. Our test is done. We don't care about it anymore. Start jump from preset. We have to make sure this is not overloaded, and by overloaded, it's like start jump can take this, or it can take this, or it can take this. Unity does not like that. Oh. Okay, hold on. It's unhappy because it wasn't a parenthesis. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Got our summary. Used an animation event. Starts a jump using a preset. It's getting weird on me. Here. Cut that line out. And don't need that. So here's the big deal. Let's see. This is the do or die moment. Will it let me do this? Remember, this is jump configuration, and it's just jump configuration preset, which contains a jump configuration. But I should, the way it's coded, I should be able to just do this. And it works. It works. I don't need I don't need to pull the thing out of it. I just send it, and it thinks that these two are the same thing. And it just works. Oh, that's beautiful. Alright, cool. Well, I feel vindicated now. I had my galaxy brain moment. And that's it. I mean, it's a single line method, so you can just do the shorthand and you're done. Okay, so here's the test. We're going to create one of these presets, we're going to configure it, and we're going to attach it to reuse Shoryuken, and we're going to see what happens. So if we go to moves, I really don't. You know what? We'll just look at his animation and figure out where this file normally is, because there is that fall preset file that we disabled the code on, but I mean they're somewhere. So here's the Shoryuken no land here. And this is where? Oh, it's under animation. Okay. I need to learn how to make music for my own fighting game. Dude, music's hard. I have no affinity towards the creation of music. I don't even have the slightest clue. I don't even have nearly enough experience or anything in that to do it. I mean, like, I could compose something, but I guarantee it wouldn't be that great. Okay, jump configuration. And I'm just gonna say this. Cannot join right now. Oh, that's an unrelated error. That's an editor thing. You know what? Nah, I'm just gonna say new on it. So here, we've created our jump configuration. I'm not gonna worry about the landing frames or anything, but the airborne frames, I don't know. I'm just for testing it. I'm just gonna do 100. I know it's way overblown, but that's fine because we want to make sure that it visibly works before we configure, you know, like fine tune it. So start percentage is going to be 0.5, halfway. Distance is going to be 0. Height is going to be, well, how high does he go? It appears that the height It's actually kind of nuanced. That's strange. .044. Really? That's oddly specific. But yeah, that's the final position. And he sticks that. Alright. Look, this is OCD bugging me. So, I'm going to just make it 5 flat. I don't like that fractional answer. So I'm going to say he stops at 5. He goes up, he stops at 5, and that's what we're going to type in here, the height of 5. We want it to match this. And then we have we don't have any horizontal movement, so we don't have to worry about decay. Direction, neutral. Animation, none. We're actually going to choose none here, because I don't want it to override the animation that's already playing. And so these will be all empty as a result. And then we don't have to worry about these. These actually don't even work yet anyway. So yeah, and then here, instead of set fall from preset, we're going to start jump. And there are a lot of methods here, so we might be scrolling for a little bit. Hold on. I'm going to move my tablet out of the way so I can see in the corner of the screen here. ST, start, intro, start when, start time over, start launch, bounce, start ground bounce, start jump from preset. There we are, baby. And here it is, the fall new. Alright, moment of truth. Does it work? It does. How about that? Now, of course, we have to fine-tune it. But it works. And so we'll just have to manually configure it so that it looks like it's gonna fall in a way that looks natural. So right now, 50 frames, a bit too much. Or 100 frames rather. So let's go with 40, which means the fall is 20. That looks a little better. In fact, that looks pretty spot on. I mean, without checking it versus the other version, it's hard to tell. I might actually just boot the older version and record what it looks like, and then play it back, and then try to get something that looks about right. Success! Someone get this poor bastard a cup of coffee. Dude, you have no idea. I ran out of coffee this morning, and it's so horrible. I feel so awful. It's so awful. Especially when you're just trying to, like, work on stuff, and you just feel foggy because, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like, I'm crunching right now. So it's not pleasant necessarily, and the only way I'm getting through it is with a bit of coffee every day. Now, I don't drink coffee every day. I don't try to abuse it, but when I need it, I need it, you know? Just take him to the store where he can smell the beans. Yeah. Well, now, Amber might have picked some up for me today, but she had a severe migraine, so she wasn't going anywhere. And she takes the only car we have, so she came back from work, and it's like, yeah, there's no time. I just gotta go on, and that's it. So it's nobody's fault, really. It's just circumstances today are a bit wacky. Oh, okay, hold on. No, that's not what I want. I'm trying to test. Wait. Well, I don't know if the timing changed on that. Maybe it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Let's try this again. Light Tatsu. Oh Jesus, I didn't mean to pump out the super. Okay, no, it does work. It does work. I was just screwing up apparently. Okay. Yeah, what I wanted to do was that, basically, off of that move. Boom, boom. Ugh, I keep screwing it up. Too tired to do this shit. No, that didn't work? Oh, wow, my inputs were all over the fucking map. Of course that didn't work. That didn't work either? Oh, because I started diagonal. I gotta start down. Alright. There we go. It's still doable. I'm just not doing it very well, that's all. Okay, so, yeah, and then essentially what I have to do is I just gotta program the rest of them like this. And so what I would do is I would change the jump time and the height to get the kind of effect that I want. In this case, the height is kind of predisposed. I already know that I'm going up so high. And so I just changed the jump time to match what I want. I could get a little more nitpicky with it if I really need to. But I think keeping the height where you are makes a lot of sense. Because that's where you started. And now this is a fully deterministic jump system now. So it's just gonna work. It just works, TM. Where the old way of that we removed, and that's why those ones don't work. Those were not deterministic at all. They were all over the fucking map. Like, not even just because it was floating points, but just the way the system worked was really awful. These should have no problem. It's funny, you can see this in the original demo that's out now, the public one. If you pause at the apex of the jump, you'll actually cause a glitch, which causes the landing to suspend for an additional frame. So it actually changes the frame advantage in the launching properties. And that was why I wanted to redo it. Number one, so I could add in the functionality of skipping ahead. Oh, it works so good. Alright, it works so good, I want to put the light one in now. So, hold on. Let's just do a couple of them. Yeah, this is the old fall thing, and this is super stupid complicated. It tried to track the amount of velocity that was already happening in the last so many frames, and then construct an automatic jump profile to suit that, and that didn't work out. So I started putting the scaling factors, and oh, it was a mess. So I just said, no, I need to scrap this. This is not. Look at this. This is not easy to use, and it's all guess and check, and I hate it. So let's do one for the light. And all this data is completely incompatible with the new one. It just works on a completely different way. So there's no reason to try to even bother converting them. So let's see, fighter, jump configuration preset. And we'll just do the same thing we did before. I'm just gonna go into reuse animation and go to Shoryuken light, jump no land. We're gonna go to the apex of the jump. It's actually falling back down a little. Oh, you know what that is? Where he falls down a little? That was me trying to create a little bit of momentum to make that automatic system come through. But we're not going to use that. So start, jump from preset. And we'll use the light, and he goes up 2.5. So height is going to be 2.5. The time, what did we do, 40 last time? Let's do 30 here. And then no animation chain. No distance. We don't want to move left or right. And it's a neutral jump. Whoa! Oh, we forgot the percentage. But yeah, so it was applying the full jump. It was applying the full jump to it at the end. That's funny. Point, double jump. That's funny. Point. Oh well, unfortunately it makes it even worse on hit. So yeah, 0.5, and we'll see what we get. That's not bad. For a guesstimate, that's not bad. I mean, because like these settings do actually matter here. It's not automatic. I just took a guess, but it looks pretty good. Might even be just slightly too slow, but I don't know. Depends on how I want to do it. So if I do it 20, just for the sake of argument, see how fast it becomes faster. 26. That's not bad. 28. I mean, it's got to be pretty quick because when you do a light DP, it's got to be one of those things that if you're not watching out for it, they can recover in time to like block, you know? Oh, he's not going into his landing animation, I bet. So, yeah, I think actually we're gonna have to change these to custom. And then Shoryuken L land, yeah. Shoryuken L land. Let's try that. Uh-oh. Didn't like that. It's because there's no landing frames. Wait, let's look at that animation. Oh, we don't need that flag anymore. But we do need something to replace it. Oh, yeah, so we'll copy the sprite and put it here. Get rid of that. Okay, so when this goes... we might need specific code to make this work. This is 9 frames. Okay, for now... hey, it's a bot. Let's see. Let me block him. Add to the block list. Boom! He's out! Shoryuken L land. Oh god, where is it now? Oh, here. Shoryuken L land. Okay. Do we get any errors? No, it just doesn't work. Huh, wonder what that's about. Wait, do we get a warning? No, we don't get anything. He's just not landing until the animation is over. And if I do none, he just lands. But I think it's instant. I don't think he has a, yeah, he's just back in neutral. You know what? Well, let's look at the original. Because there is a landing animation here that's called by name. So let's trace what happens to that landing animation. No results. Really? Yeah, land animation name. Using name. Oh, you know why? Because we commented out all that code. That's why. So here, let's zip back there. Oh, we can get any of these ones that are darkened like that means they're not actually using their directives. You can just get rid of those. Okay. Custom jump animation. Yeah, using name. Okay. You know what it is? It's not, I don't think it's passing in the animation names. Yeah. I don't think it's actually passing in the animation names. So it does send the animation mode, but that doesn't send the animation names. So what I'm going to do here is if the animation mode is... Wait, animation, what is this supposed to be? Jump animation mode, okay. Jump animation mode. If this is custom, then let's do this. Oh, this might be expecting strings. Is there an overload with animation names? There is, okay. Yeah, alright. And we'll just load them all in here. So start, animation name, and then, what is it? Up and fall? Let's see. Jump up, fall, land, and start. Okay, start's at the end. So, up, fall. Yeah, okay. Should work. I'm gonna put curly brace on this. You don't have to put a curly brace if you only have one instruction, but visually it helps me line up these multiple lines with it. I only like to omit it if it's on one single line. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do it in custom mode, and that should apply the animation. The other options like blown away and stuff might not be pertinent here. I think the only real ones are automatic and custom. They're certainly here. There's certainly a bunch here. But I think only the auto, none, and custom. Yeah, see, these have 0 references here. So they're not even in use. Let's just remove them. If there's no references, it's safe to remove. And I'm also going to set that to 0, and the reason I'm doing that is to make sure C# will just kind of assign an arbitrary data type to this, and not necessarily an integer. But if you set one of these to something like this, then it will be like, oh, it's an integer. Okay. I don't think I think you can like overload them or anything. No. I think this, maybe I'm wrong, but I think this forces C# to see these as integers by default. You set one of them to an integer. And see how this automatically sets 2. So this is 0, and this is 1, and this is 2. Like, you don't have to do them all, you just do the first one. Okay, so we'll go back to reuse animation folder. And now we can use custom, and these are blank, and that's fine. Start, up, fall, land, and we do the land. And I don't think we need the land frames to be filled in, so we're gonna make those 0, and we'll see what happens. This is big. I've been waiting to put this new jump system in for a long time. Doesn't look like it works. Hold on. I mean, it's a quick recovery, but I don't think it actually works. No, he was able to move out of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure now what's going on with that. At least it doesn't interfere. It doesn't interfere with the move itself. Like coming down, right? But it definitely is not working here. So the other nice thing is it programmatically brings him back to the ground this way. So you don't have to worry about him getting stuck in the air like Terry does. Ugh, it's hella minus. And here's where I'm not too worried about how much the recovery actually takes here, because you're hella minus already. You know what I mean? A frame difference here or there as we reset all these falling values from the rising moves, like, it's not gonna make a big difference. This one will. This one will. I'll have to finally tune the light Shoryu, but I mean, come on. Whether this is 3 or 4 frames extra or shorter, it don't matter. You're going. You dude, you're going. You're dead. Dude's got you dead to rights. So I'm not too hung up on that kind of thing right there. That link doesn't work anymore. I'll have to fix that. Linking from elbow to crouching upper. I don't know what changed. Something in the math is fucking... I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, it's looking good though. I'll have to do some tests to see what you can really do with how negative it is and all that. And just animation-wise, it looks right. It looks normal. Yeah, like Light Shoryu is meant to recover pretty quick, so you can kind of defend if you just throw it out there. But I mean, it's got to be negative enough that you can really do something about it. Yeah, like say he can get me before I even land. Whoa, what was that? Oh no! Oh no, he gets all screwy. I think I know why that happens. The animation names, I think, are not getting flushed out. I had this problem before. So these 10 references, let's see. I bet I did something here. Let's see if it was. Jump cancel. Oh, bot alert. Yeah, no, I already banished him to the Phantom Zone. He's gone. He'll be back next time, though. They're always back. You can't stop the Chinese bot army. It's just not possible. Man versus machine. Yeah, man unfortunately doesn't win that. I don't see one that's actually setting a custom animation here. Like, I know I definitely have some references here that do set a custom animation, but I guess these aren't the ones. I don't know. I might have to rethink how I do that. Like, maybe I'll just make this a struct that has all this information inside of it, along with the animation configuration mode. And then I can just pass that entire structure instead of doing it piecemeal like this. It does set the animation mode though, here. Hello. Don't put that up or anything. I'm gonna eat that after. Don't put that up. I'm gonna eat that after. Yeah, I'm just letting you know. It's fine. Okay, animation mode does get passed down to here. Animation mode. It gets set to here. Or not that. I bet it's in here. Yeah, so animation mode auto or custom, and the animation name works. Yeah, here, remember what I said about those custom things you could do? Those custom validations? Here's one that actually has more than one thing. This implicit bool operator. It checks, because this is a struct, so you can't check if it's null or not. But this one checks a completely different thing. It checks the animation name and checks if it's null or empty, the string. And it'll return false if it's not. So then it won't try to bother playing it if it's not playable. Now, I'll probably just put that into here, which it might already do that in my custom animation script. Yeah, it does actually already check that. Check if it's blank and you can't play it. So I am kind of doing two checks there when I don't need to, but I guess that's alright, I can remove it. I doubt it's dinging for much, but it's fine. My auto? Where does these come from? Oh, these are just the static animation names that I use. Yeah, okay. And so I do the jump start phase here. Starting jump position. Phase is jumping. Yeah, and here I do the custom animation. Okay. So it's curious though, because it's pulling a different animation. Got a dip, thanks for the nice stream. Yeah, no problem. I probably won't be here too much longer myself anyway. Just from being tired even. So I set the custom animations. Oh, you know what? I'm setting them late. I need to set them before. I start to jump. That's what it is. I'm setting them after, but it's actually trying to play them during this process. And if they're not the right ones, that's why it was picking up the ones from when I was in a hurt pose, because they were just what was loaded last. So yeah, I gotta set them first. I'm gonna have to change how that works and set up like a data structure to handle that, so I can just pass it all at once and apply it right when I need to. Okay. Still doesn't look like it's taking effect here. Okay. But at least I'm not like freaking out. Okay, you get down. At least he's not freaking out with his animation though now. I still don't think it's playing the right one, but let's see. Let's pause it, frame step. Now he's able to walk as soon as he hits the ground, so something's not working there. Alright. Well, where does this even play? Plays here. Animation is custom. Well, we don't need to check the visibility of it. The animator will do that. Then we just play it. Let's see. And does it hopping up to up, fall to fall, land to land, start to start? Yeah. That looks alright. Yeah, not really sure what the deal here is. The animation mode is getting set. It's not getting reset, is it? If. Oh, it is getting set here. What's this? Oh, when you start an attack? Okay, that's fine. That's okay. If. These are all checks, except for this line, which sets it here, and this line, which turns it off during an attack. That's fine. That's okay. That should be alright. Well, it's curious as to why it doesn't work, though. It's gonna need a bit more debugging. But that might be out of the scope for today, at least on stream. One last thing I really do want to do, though, is where this is being played, custom up. I just want to remove all of those extra checks that I was doing that I don't need to. And that's part of optimization. I mean, it just is what it is. If you're doing something twice, you don't have to, then why not do that twice? Oh, no, I don't want to separate mine. Here. Oh, I don't know what the hell that deleted. Yeah, so just shove it in. Oh, what is this? Phase is jumping. Oh, falling animation. Custom falling animation. Wait, what if it's not custom, though? I guess, yeah, okay. You know what it is? It's because automatic jumping animations, there's only one animation. There's not an up and down. It's just an up. So this only plays custom? Yeah, that makes sense. It only plays custom if it was a custom one to fall down, because automatic does not have a fall down animation. It has one. I could probably change that too, and I probably should. For anybody, any character that's going to have a specific animation. Like Chun-Li might actually be a good candidate for having a specific fall animation, because her little ribbons are going to flutter in the wind and they're going to be on a loop, and they'll need their own specific one. I'm just going to redo the way this animation falling gets done. I think that's the only logical choice at this point, because everything's getting desynced in a way here. Okay, I did remove that one. And the start? I did remove that one. Okay. What? Who's meowing? Who's meowing? Who is it? The grape? Kitty time. Hello. Are you going to talk to the people? You just wanted to get picked up. That's why you were squalling. Oh, you got a flea. Get out. There, I got him. What? What? You just wanted to get fiddled with. They're starting to get more vocal and needy now. Of like attention needy. Like they want to get our attention now, where they were sort of on their own before. What you doing? Yeah, it's a microphone. Yeah, you won't talk now. Okay. Go on. Yeah, I'm just looking for any comparisons here, but I don't see any, so I think they're all okay. Oh, here's one. Yep, I missed one. It's the fall animation. Wait, I had two places that was being played, or no? No, it's just the one. No, it is. There is two places. Wait a minute. Oh, you know why? Because one of them's the fast forward version. That's the advanced jump phase. When we fast forward through, that's what that is. Okay. No, I think we're good. So the next thing I'm gonna do is investigate why it's not doing the fall animation. And once I figure that out, then I'm gonna go through and just plug it into all the moves that need it. That will require some reanimation for Terry. Well, I'll copy it so I have a backup. But we'll have the old animation that has the full movement, and that's why the Shoryuken here has the land and non-land versions. So I have the no land, but the original one here was the full thing. It went up and down. But that's the one that doesn't line you back up with the floor correctly anymore. Or, well, it never really did in the first place. It would randomly not work. And that's why I created the one where there's no land, and then the land is separate. So once I figure out why it's doing what it's doing, why it's skipping the landing animation, then I'll go and fix everybody up. Like I said, Terry does not have any versions of his animation that don't land it automatically. So I do have to create those no land variants. Oh, you know what else I changed? I forgot to mention this. Here. I changed this when I was fixing up the stages after the rollback code got put in them. The rays on the sun here, they flicker now. They never used to flicker. I think it's a nice touch. I think it looks cool, because now it's just like the the sunspot on the camera. I don't know what the lens flare. That flickers just like it. I think that's cool. I think it looks really neat. Poor Ken. Yeah, there's lens flare. It's a J.J. Abrams stage. Yeah, when you're on this side of the screen, you get the lens flare. But it fades away. See, it dims here. And then it goes out completely. When you're over here. Because this, like, the angle is off on it. And of course you wouldn't see it here because there's no sun in your eyes. Isn't that neat? I thought that was cool. We spent a good deal of time on that at the time. It really, and honestly, it makes the stage feel warm. Like you just get a sense of the warm sun off of it when you're looking over here. And then over here, like, it feels a little cooler because you don't see the rays of the sun anymore. It's just so strange. Art is so crazy like that. We'll fix Ken eventually. I'm just really pleased with how well the jump code worked. We didn't really have to do much to it. It just kind of worked as expected. And that's really cool. Yeah, okay. I think we can leave it at that. There, we did a full course of overtime. How about that? Let's save it so it doesn't go away on us. And we'll be back Thursday. I don't know if Tim's gonna be here or not Thursday, but we'll be doing stuff anyway. Hey, Retinal 111. You see it on the screen. Thank you for the follow. That's cool. That's a good name. Yeah, we'll be back on Thursday. Every stream is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on Thursday, I work on a platforming game. It's like a retro platforming NES-ish looking thing. And then Sunday, I play games. We're playing Dark Souls right now. It's my first playthrough. I'm really behind on the games. I play all the old games. I don't play the new games. And then back here on Monday again, we'll have more Retina without the eye? Okay. Gotcha. I thought that maybe the one was a substitute for an L, so it looked like retinal, but with just a bunch of ones. But yeah, alright, I was wrong. That's alright. And then, yeah, Monday we're back here with more Pocket Fighter EX at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so I do have a Patreon. That helps me dedicate more time to development. And, you know, it helps me pay for software licenses and all that stuff. So I would really appreciate it. Here's the link in chat if you check that out. Now, you can get up-to-date prototype builds of the stuff I work on. So if you want to see all the buggy, messy, crazy builds, those are available on there. So, thanks for the stream, Epic. Well, thank you. Thanks for showing up. I'm very happy we had a whole bunch of people today. Had some good chat back and forth. We're doing good. So, I do read out the patron names here. So here are current supporters. We've got Alex Smith, Mugen, David Leonard, Garen Johnson, Cameron Wow, Variant X, Waken Dumper, Angel, Mike Cruz, Taryn Williams, Bryce Naglingam, AJ, Alex D, and Grave Spirit, Omega Keo, Miles Griffin, Ben K, D Money 107, and LD Walkers. Thank you guys very, very, very much. We hope keep things accelerated. I'll be here either way, truth be told. I mean, I've been making games for a long time now, and I've only had a Patreon for a little bit, so I'll still be here, but it helps me accelerate development quite substantially. I very much appreciate that. And that's pretty much it. I'll be back next time. We got Discord. There's a link for that in chat. And I guess that's it. So let me go. Yeah, thanks you guys. Thank you guys for showing up. Let me go. Take a break, get something to eat, and I'll see if I can fix up some of this stuff tonight. And we'll see next week. I'll be able to show you the completed version of it, I guess, of the animation system, not of all the rollback code, because that's gonna take a few weeks to migrate everything in. But we're going. We're like in the home stretch now. We're heading toward beta, man. We're gonna get that online beta, and it's gonna be crazy. And then I'll be playing it all the time. So, all right, I'm getting out of here. You guys have a good night. Thanks for stopping in, and scrub out.